Toasty! Hello and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider Underworld. This is the first stream of the second phase of celebrating this game's 15th anniversary by doing the treasure hunt mode. Harbinger, thank you for contributing more points to the Tomb Raider 2013 bow only and no upgrades challenge combined. Thank you very much. And Lever Last, thank you for donating points to that as well. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. Hey Tylian, good morning again. Welcome on in. Are we allowed to donate points again, or is it a cheating? Well, there's a certain amount of time that passes, it seems, where once that time has passed, they let you actually apply more points if you want to. Because Harbinger applied points in the previous stream, but I don't know how long the time is different, and like, you can't start a stream and then get some points and then end it and then start again and then the same person can do it that way. So you can't do it like that, but there is seemingly a certain amount of time that can pass between one stream ending and you're starting the next one where people can start to contribute points again. So this treasure hunt mode, I've never done treasure hunt mode before, because normally when I play through this game I don't worry about getting all the relics and treasures, and even in the past when I have, I've got them as I've gone through the game. But it's been a long time since I did a playthrough where I got all the treasures and relics anyway, so I figured that for celebrating this 15th anniversary, one of the things that I would do is actually do treasure hunt mode. So I didn't get any of the relics or treasures in the previous run through on purpose, so that way I could get the fullest experience with treasure hunt, i.e. getting all the treasures and relics in that mode without having already collected any before. And so that's what we're going to do. There'll be certain levels, I think, that get skipped automatically. There'll be cutscenes that don't happen. So there'll be a lot of story stuff that won't happen. And the other thing is too, no music plays in any of the levels when you're doing treasure hunt mode to go back through and get the things that you missed. So if there's no music, it's nothing with the stream, there's nothing wrong with your own equipment or anything like that. On purpose, they've taken the music out on treasure hunt mode for some reason. I don't know why. Initially, I was going to do treasure hunt mode with music only playthrough combined, but there's no point since there's no music in treasure hunt mode. So there will be a third run through of the game after treasure hunt mode is finished, and that third run through will be music only. But we're on the treasure hunt phase now, so we're going to start this. I've never done it before, so it's going to be interesting to see how it feels to go through the game on treasure hunt mode, just going through the levels that have treasures and not going through any levels that don't have treasures, because there are some that don't have any relics and stuff like that. Tylian, thank you so very much for contributing more points to that challenge as well. That's excellent of you, dude. Thank you very much. Okay, so it still gives you these loading screens. That's understandable. I won't be reading journal entries this time around. I already did that in the previous run through. Maybe it does play cutscenes. Again, I'm not too sure. No, it doesn't. And as you can hear, there's no music. Now I wonder how they've done this in terms of like the boundaries, as in like, will it let you know that you've almost finished the level and therefore you have to go back and find some relics, or will it not? And I don't think it actually points out to you where the treasures actually are either. It's not like there'll be a glowing thing from a distance that will say, hey, this is where a treasure is. Alright, so in this mode as well, because it's reading the information from your most recent playthrough, it means that anything that you've already done will actually be already done in treasure hunt mode. And that includes any enemies that you've killed. But I did read that there will be still some things that will respawn in treasure hunt mode because they're required by the game in order to actually progress properly or something like that. Alright, let's have a look at area info. Alright, so there's 26 treasures and 1 relic here in this level. I think from memory there was some secrets somewhere around in areas like this. Alright, here we go. This looks... Oh, that's just another... That's just another entry point into this same area. I was about to say, oh cool, I found a little secret thing. But nope. There's no audio indicators aside from the secret sound that will play. But there's nothing else sound-wise that will trigger to let you know. Like, it's not a situation where when you're further away from the secret, you'll hear a faint certain sound effect, and then as you get closer and closer it gets louder until it goes the major secret sound. It doesn't do that. So that sound was just the checkpoint sound. Hey Godfather Al, Young Australian Gamer of the Year. How's things? Here we go. Good thing I backtracked. The number of treasures and relics found so far is tracked in the PDA. Alright, so that's one of the treasures, not the relics. 1 out of 26. Godfather, you wonder why they put Lara in this particular outfit from this angle. Probably for the people who don't see beyond physical looks with their characters. But it is funny though, when Lara's going down staircases, the camera is behind her looking down as she goes down the stairs. But of course, as she's going up the stairs, the camera is down below looking up. Lara has feet of steel. Just kicking those ceramic pots. Link would be proud. In fact, Link would be like, there's pots, I need to smash them. Link versus Lara in smashing pots. Godfather, 15th anniversary, that explains it. Yeah, good old 2008. For those who might have just been joining, this is treasure hunt mode. There's no music, they take that out. There's no cutscenes. Anything that you've already done in the game will actually still be done. Any enemies that you already killed will still be killed. There will be some exceptions though, but primarily you're basically going into like a replay mode of the game that lets you go back in and get any treasures and relics that you might have missed. So that's why there's no music. It hasn't been turned off, or there's no by me, that is, it hasn't been turned off by me, or there's nothing wrong with the game or your own equipment and stuff. But I've never done treasure hunt mode before, so I thought for the 15th anniversary it'd be interesting to actually do it. And I figured if I'm going to do treasure hunt mode, I may as well make the most of it and actually not get any of the treasures or relics before doing treasure hunt mode. That way, I'm literally having to use treasure hunt mode for the whole collection of all the treasures and stuff. Godfather, some Prince of parkour. Yeah, Prince of Persia parkour right there. Absolutely. I really do enjoy these style of action-adventure games a lot. For me, the love for these kinds of games first started with the Super Nintendo version of the original Prince of Persia, back when I was about 10. Or I might have been 9.5 or something. It did Godfather Owl, yeah. That also came out in 2008. I won't be able to do a playthrough of that, unfortunately, because the Xbox streaming issues means I can't. What a sly place to put that on. Tried to camouflage it by putting it on a surface, of course, that's reflective. Of course, we can't grab that from an angle, even though the distance was okay. It's good on treasure hunt mode not to have to redo all the killings of enemies and stuff like that. And just focus on exploring to find the treasures and relics and all that kind of stuff. Just because the grab animation didn't automatically play, that means Lara can't grab something even though her hands are literally there to grab it. Lara, why couldn't you grab to that? What the fuck, game? What the actual literal fuck? Alright, let's see how many secrets in this level we've actually gotten. Alright, so 10 of 26 treasures, but no relics found yet. Hey there, Senny. Thank you so very much for contributing more points to the Tomb Raider 2013 no upgrades and bow only challenge combined playthrough. Thank you very much, dude. Hermione, love how she just lightly taps on those pots with her bare feet and they explode. Absolutely. They must have been fake pots. Cheers. Cheers, Crooked. It's going well. It's going really good. I finished off the game on hard mode, and I must say that you can tell that it's a higher difficulty than on normal, but it's not a big jump from normal to hard. So it's still quite doable in a short amount of time, even on hard mode. Maybe it'd be different if it's your first time playthrough, but if you've played it quite a few times, then it's not that big of a difficulty spike, thankfully. But if you want a really difficult challenge, it might not be the kind of difficulty that would suit that. How's things going, dude? The money like broken shards everywhere, but no worries if she's barefoot. Oh, exactly. Lara has feet made of steel. They're just extremely calloused all over. A hardened shell of steel that looks like skin is over her feet. And it's interesting on this mode, Crocodiles, because there's no music automatically. There's no cutscenes. The good thing is, though, all the enemies that you've killed don't actually spawn back in this mode. Except for some, but they're in key moments, apparently. And anything that you've already done, like any puzzles that you solved, that you had to solve anyway as part of the story, if you do treasure hunt mode, those puzzles are still solved automatically. Or they're already solved, you don't have to worry about redoing them. Hermione, yeah, they must be calloused from all the barefoot running. Imagine, Lara's the definition of sexy, yet imagine how her feet must look and smell. Yeah, I mean, I'm not one to be attracted to one's feet, but I'm sure that there's a lot of people with feet that you don't want to go near. Crooked, you're doing well, thanks. Made buttermilk scones for breakfast, which turned out really nice, but couldn't eat more than one before you were full. Oh, I love scones. They're really delicious. I also like them with whipped cream and strawberry jam or raspberry jam as well. But that sounds cool, that you've had some buttermilk scones. I'm glad that you enjoyed them. And it's funny how some food can just really make you full very quickly. Also, Gote asked you to tell me that he's been really sick with TTP, unfortunately, so that's why he wasn't on Twitch much. Had to look it up, but it's basically a serious blood disorder. Oh, really? I don't think I've heard of it before. Unless I've seen the words for it, but didn't remember the abbreviation. I'll have to look up that as well. So it's TTP. Because I've been wondering that, actually, because I hadn't seen him in anyone's chat for a little bit. I thought he might have, gone on holiday and had like a stream break or something. Hermione, in fact, her whole body must be smelly from all that running and climbing. That's it. Sweaty and all that kind of stuff. But hey, we're all human. We all get sweaty if we're running around doing stuff. Crooked, and that's good. You like when games remember who you killed instead of just respawning guys. Looking at you, Valhalla. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it's really good, and it allows you to not have to worry about that kind of stuff, so you can just focus on roaming around and collecting. You don't have enemies that are constantly on your tail, giving you grief as well. Hermione, and this, guys, is why we play games and not thinking about it too much. Yeah, we all have our own sort of reasons for playing games. Crooked, you had raspberry jam. Oh, hell yeah. I love that stuff. It's so delicious. I also like that on toast as well. Raspberry jam. There'll be a few secrets in this spot because obviously I didn't get any secrets before this treasure hunt mode. So obviously there's going to be places where there's going to be a lot of treasure, but even when I don't do a playthrough where I'm collecting treasures, sometimes I'll get a treasure accidentally or something, but see what other ones we have here. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Crooked, I found out something funny. In Assassin's Creed Black Flag, when Edward and Woodes Rogers and Ducasse are going to meet with Torres, if you get ahead of them, there's actually a point where they will stop, and if you've been ahead of them, naturally you're not standing near them, so it doesn't trigger the cutscene straight away. So you can basically stand next to Torres and his offsider and also El Tiburon, and they just basically stand there doing nothing and sit there doing nothing. I thought that was quite funny because I was just, replaying the memories to get the full sync, and I was just like, well, I'm not going to just, wait around. So in my impatience, I just went ahead of them. You couldn't go ahead too far because obviously it comes up telling you not to get too far away from them, but if you do it in increments, they eventually stop still, and it gives you enough space to actually explore near where Torres is. Yeah, exactly, Senny. Yeah, they're waiting for their cue. It just looks so damn funny. I was like, this is cool. This actually works out well. So I tried to showcase Torres, but the dude who's standing at the table where he's sitting, and the table itself gets in the way of the camera, so I can't get close up on his face. But El Tiburon I could, because there was enough space between the camera and him without any obstructions to be able to get the camera close enough to him to get a close-up shot. I'm surprised Lara didn't die there. Sometimes Lara suffers from Geralt syndrome. This has put me back here, I think. Yeah, it has. Wah, 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 wah. Mamma mia. Now, I won't worry about trying to load a checkpoint. We'll just do this. Or not. We'll do this. There we go. See where it puts us. Of course, the checkpoint was made when we were back down here. Another game that's actually celebrating its 15th anniversary that I won't be able to do, unfortunately, is Mirror's Edge, the first one. That came out in 2008 also. I mean, I can play it myself on my Xbox, but I can't do a stream playthrough of it because of that audio issue that Xbox still hasn't gotten fixed. It's been going for more than 6 months now, and they've done multiple updates to the system since then, and they can't actually get that part fixed. So there must just be something that they've done that messes with the sharing your gameplay function. Because what you used to have to do if you were streaming directly from your Xbox is you would have to open up the game first, and you have to do it on the PlayStation as well, but you had to load up the game first, and then you had to switch over to the actual app, the Twitch app, and then start your stream. And then they decided to get rid of that, and now you just go to where you would have normally gone to share clips and stuff, and it captures your gameplay and streams like that. So I think there's something that they've messed up in converting it to that kind of thing, which is why there's that audio issue. But something I thought of that I can't unfortunately test without spending lots of money on it is, what if it's because they're not physical copies of the games? What if, since I'm playing the digital version, what if it's only the digital versions that have that audio issue? Maybe there's something that's going wrong in that respect, but I'm not going to spend money buying all the games that I have on Xbox that aren't on PlayStation all over again just to test it out. Crooked, Geralt jumps off a tower in Witcher 1 with a superhero landing and is fine. Geralt jumps down a 3-meter rock in Witcher 3 and dies. That's it. Something must have happened between the events of Witcher 1 and Witcher 3 where he just can't land like he used to. You guess he really must be getting old, or maybe he forgot he had 4 damage in Witcher 1, just like he forgot everything else, and as he regains his memories, he's also taking 4 damage again. That might be true. There might be a part of his brain that handled all of that aspect of not dying from great heights, and that was completely lost, and he can't get that back again. I haven't checked this side much before I commit to going to the next part. Alright, let's have a look and see what I've got. Alright, so I've got 17 of 26 treasures in this location, but no relics yet. Hermione, has any of you guys played the newest Tomb Raider 1 to 3 remasters, and are they good? Well, they won't come out until February, Hermione. So only people, I guess, who get early access, like YouTubers and stuff, will probably be able to play it a few days before, but the release date is the 14th of February next year, which is actually the birthday of... It's the fictional birthday of Lara Croft, which falls on Valentine's Day. Crooked, Cassandra must have had the same thing. That's it. I had a look at the trailer for that VR Assassin's Creed, and they've gotten Noah back to voice Connor, which I thought was cool. Oops. Another thing too is there's a character in the section that they showed with Cassandra where the character refers to Cassandra as an old friend. And I'm like, are they going to pull the shit that they pulled in that Tales of Greece quest, where they basically come up with some character that, out of the blue, randomly has a history with the character that was never mentioned at all anywhere else? Oh really? That's pretty neat, actually. You watched Access the Animus play a bit of it, and he was so excited when he did his first assassination. Yeah, so that's the aspect that I think is cool and all. If you're a fan of VR games and you're also an Assassin's Creed fan, the idea of being able to do all that in first-person VR would be really cool. I'm just worried that they're going to be adding stuff to the actual characters' histories that didn't actually, you know, that ruin things. Because that's the thing, when someone tries to tell a new story with characters that have been in stories before, you don't know whether or not the new story is going to accidentally or on purpose retcon things that happened before, like hopefully there's nothing that they've done where it compromises what Connor actually did in Assassin's Creed 3, for example. Because I think that would be really, really, shitty of them to do. Cool, I missed this one before. Hey there, Code. I hope things are going well. Morning, Twitch was going off-road with ads, could not open anything, had to redo a few things. Facepalm? Oh no, Code. That sucks when that kind of thing happens. Especially if there's something that you really, really want to just, load up and get into, and you have all this sort of, stuff to deal with. Okay, since I haven't done treasure hunt mode, it's weird because I went to the spot that usually there would be a cutscene, and in treasure hunt mode, those cutscenes get cut out. And you end up having to come back this way anyway to get back on the boat, and then the level ends. But, as we can see, the level's not ending. So I wonder what I need to trigger in treasure hunt mode to make the game be like, oh, okay, so now it's time to let the player actually exit the level. Shiny ankles, Code. Very shiny. Because it didn't give me a level select in treasure hunt mode. Maybe there is something that I need to interact with that they've left in on treasure hunt mode so that the game can still make you progress to be able to finish the level. Hermione said the cutscenes are cut scenes. Absolutely. It's interesting when you think about it like that, because it's like, I guess I guess basically when you think about cutscenes, it's basically like scenes that have been cut together. So the cut is referring to what you would use as a term when you're saying, you're editing something. It's like, I made a cut of this movie and stuff. But that pun works really well, though, by having it literally be scenes that were actually cut out of something, not scenes that were cut to be in together. It's been interesting over the decades, the games that tried to use cinematic techniques. Like, you look at the Ninja Gaiden games, and they had cinematics that would play between missions. They were very limited. They were basically almost like comic book panels, really. But they did have some movement, so it wasn't just all static images. But they were dabbling with that, pretty early in video games. There's probably a whole lot of other examples as well that you could point to. So normally what you would do is you would go through here and you would eventually get to a spot where you have to do some various things. This wonderful camera that just goes all over the place. And you'd get up to here, and then there'd be the big giant octopus thing. You'd have to kill that. Speaking of being killed, Geralt Croft dies to full damage again. But in treasure hunt mode, the enemies are already taken care of because the game is basically loading up what you've already done to give you the opportunity to redo levels that have relics in them to get the treasures. Alright, so I wasn't able to use that anyway because the damn thing's missing. Not to worry. Alright, so we'll go through here again. This can be pretty finicky. Oh shit. I thought I was already over to the other side. Oh, it put me here again. Will I make this jump and dive? Probably not. I did. Cool. Ah, that worked out well to come back here because there's... Oh no, there's not. I was fooled by that bit of texture on the rock. Undoubtedly, there's still going to be treasures that I'll miss. Camera going really, really crazy. Across the beam. Yeah, Lizzie, Spider Lara. That's a good call. And so normally you'd have to do some things here to put pressure on these plates, and then that would open this gate up, and then you'd go in here, and then there'd be a cutscene, and then after the cutscene was finished, you'd have to go to the right here. and you'd have to go through here again. Thank you for leaving the lurk, Hermione. And then you'd keep on going this way, and then ultimately you come back into that big room, but you're higher up this time. Then you've got this to swing from. Alright, so let's go up a bit higher, and then swing over this way. Actually, I shouldn't go that high. Go through here and then slide down here. Is he quite the outfit that she's wearing? Yeah, she's wearing a wetsuit. Of course, not a full-bodied wetsuit, but I don't know the technical name for what she's actually wearing, specifically. Ah, here's the relic. Nice. Alright, so we have the relic that's in this level, and we've got the we've got 19 of 26 treasures. It's alright, Lizzie. It comes with the territory when you're streaming Tomb Raider games. You always get comments about Lara's appearance of a sexual descriptive nature. To each their own. I'm someone who actually likes real women in real life, not video game characters. In that way, at least. Because it looks like, I just noticed this too, revisit location. It means that basically I can loop around in this level for as long as I want to find all the secrets I might have missed, because it's saving when I find them. And so that's why it's not progressing me through the rest of the level, because it's just reliant on me deciding when I've either had enough of trying to find the relics in this level, or I've found them all and ready to move on to the next level. Lizzie, you wish you had a girlfriend. Dating is hard. Yeah, I mean, there's so many factors that come into play. It can definitely be difficult. I'm glad I finally got that relic. There's still quite a few things that are missing. Maybe there's some stuff underwater that I missed. Lizzie, anyway, you've started to look around for Christmas presents for your daughter, and you can't believe it's almost time for her to start school. That's the thing about time, Lizzie. It just doesn't take that long because, you're obviously dealing with the day-to-day progression of things. And, some days obviously and weeks and months can feel longer or shorter than others. But ultimately, there's just so much stuff that can happen that can also make time feel like it's going fast. I think what I might do is come back to this level later because I don't want to just, spend one full stream on one level trying to find all the secrets. If I have to go back in again at a later point, I will, but I'll most likely use a guide in that point. So I think what I'll do for this run through is this. I'll try to find the secrets on my own, but if it gets to a point where I've found a decent amount of them and I'm spending 20 minutes and can't find any more, then I'll leave that for another stream, and then in that other stream I can then use a guide just to get the rest of the stuff. So I think that's what I'll do now. So if we go into revisit location, I'm going to go into the next level. Choose to revisit location, you will lose any unsaved progress. Alright, so let's just double check how many treasures. So 19 of 26. Just want to double check to make sure that everything I did with the treasure hunt in the previous level actually saved. Good, it remembered. Alright, so now to go back to coastal Thailand. When I did the first run through for this 15th anniversary, there were certain outfits that I had Lara wear in each level. So because I'm going to go through again in the treasure hunt mode, I'm going to choose different outfits for Lara to wear in each level while redoing it. So for example, I had her wearing the jungle shorts outfit in the first run through. So now I'm doing the second run through in treasure hunt mode. I'll just change it to the jungle pants one. Hey Afro, strong lungs. That's right. They kind of vary how long Lara can stay underwater from game to game. In the old school game, she could hold her breath for pretty long, but then they changed it to be able to not to hold it for too long, and then back and forth sometimes, and so on and so forth. Back and forth and forth and back. Afro, does Lara have any military experience, or is she all self-taught? So that's actually a good question. The first time there's any indication in the series that I know of, at least, because I haven't read the comic books, the first instance of any hint that we find out that Lara had some kind of either training from the military or any involvement with the military was the first movie with Angelina Jolie. There's actually a moment in the movie where she calls in a favor for a jeep to be airlifted by helicopter, by military helicopter, to drop it into the area that she's going to. And before it transitions to the next scene, it zooms in on a photo of Lara with some other people, and they're, all decked out in military garb. So unless Lara was just someone who, did, I don't know the real term for it, but what are those sort of like outings where people go and, they all dress up and they treat it seriously, but, it's a paintball or something like that. I doubt it's something like that. So the next moment you see her in the Jeep as it's being flown by the helicopter, and then the helicopter, drops it and it parachutes down while she's in it. Kind of thing. But as far as the games are concerned, I don't think there's any sort of like yes or no as to whether she got military training or not. But in the reboot trilogy of games, she was, she had some shooting experience before the events of Yamatai, but she wasn't as, as skilled straight away as she would become. But she was definitely a quick learner. Code Lara is a hybrid of mermaid and otter, you guess. Yeah, I'm sure someone out there has done fan art of Lara as a mermaid. Pardon me, at some point. Cool. So there's some enemies that have spawned in, I think, but then there's others that haven't. So in treasure hunt mode, apparently, enemies that you've killed won't respawn, but there will be some enemies that will respawn. Aha, there's a secret over this way. Lara being able to stand up on top of any outcroppings on a wall that she's actually been able to grab to Was really cool how they added that. And also, when swinging on poles, Lara can now actually swing up to be on top of it and jump from the top of the pole instead of having to only swing on the pole and then jump. Out of curiosity, how many secrets are in this level? 30. That's right, there's a lot. One relic. Uh-huh. Thanks, camera. Another great example of the camera just being drunk. Like, all that shit was happening automatically. What will we do with the drunken camera? Code, you call that a Russian roulette camera? Yeah. Like, I get it when they want to make the camera feel like it's dynamically changing where it's positioned based on what your character is doing. But the problem with that in this game's case is that it literally does it when you're trying to do something else, and you might have moved the camera where you want it and need it to be able to know where you're jumping to, but the game automatically changes the camera angle on you, which can put you off to the point where you're being disoriented and you might not be able to go the direction that you wanted to go, all simply because the camera has been programmed to try and decide all that stuff for you. Like, granted, there's times where I'm moving the camera and it is me the one being the one that's making the camera go all over the place, because sometimes I'm trying to visually ascertain where something is using the camera quickly because I want to have a quick look, but without actually turning Lara around and making her physically move to the different spot to have a look. Also reminds you of a Pixar movie with dogs, Something Squirrel. When I think squirrel, especially animated, I think of the one in the Ice Age movies. Code, the dogs in the movie had issues with their attention span, did they? They were just all over the place all the time, huh? Alright, so now I see the connections where I need to go. I need to go on this and then jump up and then jump to the other pole. There we go. Although that's where I did go before. Yes, there's nothing for Lara to grab by falling from that point. So that was the way that I went before. Code, just like Bush Jr., our economy is second later. Look at the kidney. Right, so I tried jumping from there before, but no luck. Okay, so it must be one of these things where I have to actually go all the way over that way, which is where I need to go, and then climb up all the way there. But when I get to that point, actually go this way. Now I remember how to get to that secret area. Okay, so Now we're up to this point, which means we can access the place that I was trying to get to before by going this way. Alright, so it is this way you need to get to drop down and then go along here. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy till the break of dawn, yeah. I don't know why Lara did that jump. Instead of just doing like a straight proper jump. Oh. Ah! Oh. Sometimes the physics in this game make Lara seem like one of those, you know, small bouncing balls that you can throw it and then it goes like 50,000 meters in the air. Well, I mean, you bounce it at something, like the ground, and then it can go 50 million feet in the air. Okay, Lara, now let's jump normally. No, that's not normally, but we made it that time, so that worked out well. That time around, that is. Whoa. Hey, camera. Talk about personal space being invaded, camera. Oh, I see now. This is the way that the game wanted me to go to get there. Naturally, as I'm wont to do, and not on purpose, I ended up making things harder for myself by going a way that wasn't the way that was intended for you to go. So there's no point going that way, because that's where that secret was that I've already gotten now. Let's have a look. We now have 8 of 30 treasures. Shit ton still left. And that's just in this level alone. Lara, why you do that jump for? I can understand if she did that jump when you double tap the jump button, but I just pressed the button once like I normally do. It's kind of randomized as to what kind of jump Lara will do sometimes, it feels. Like, if that jump had been a straight proper jump, Lara would have made it, but because it wasn't, the game decided that she wasn't close enough to grab with her arms to reach that, even though she literally actually was, character model wise. But that's because they want me to jump to this specific one first. There we go, and Lara just loses health automatically, which, without being able to prevent it, which isn't new to the series, of course, but by 2008 you would have hoped it was something that wasn't in the Tomb Raider games anymore. Welcome back, Hermione. Hermione? Ooh, gold race. Okay, at least now she's wearing boots while kicking pots. We can only assume they're hardened, like with metal in the toes. That's true, yeah. All these camera movements, the game's doing it. That's how erratic the camera is. Oh, that's no good, Lizzie. You got your leg cramps. They're not stopping. I don't know if you have any, but I think is it magnesium tablets can help with leg cramps and stuff? I'm not sure though. Might be saying the wrong thing, so definitely don't take my word for what I just said, but I think there is some kind of deficiency that might be happening with why cramps are happening and stuff. Or maybe it's something else that starts with M. Not sure. Lizzie, your calf has been on and off cramping, and since you have no insurance, you can't see a doctor. Yeah, that'd be rough and tough too, as well. Like here in Australia, like you can have, like we have a thing called Medicare, and you can have like a Medicare card, and they don't necessarily pay you back the money you spent in full, but you can actually get a portion of the money that you spend on care back from that as well. But then the issue can be even getting in to see a doctor, because there'd be so many people and all that kind of stuff. What the hell, game? Holy fucking shit. I was holding the button and everything, and the camera and the friggin' control stick for her to jump forward, and she did this weird jump to the side, but then curved jump back onto the jump thing. Huh, that worked. Interesting. Lizzie, you have that too here, but you still need to sign up for it. I got you, Lizzie. Yeah, so it's still a process that you need to go through. You piece of shit. Alright, because I didn't actually go this way, it meant that the enemy that's here will trigger in treasure mode because I didn't take care of them. Hello there, Foxy. Welcome on in. And thank you very much for contributing points to the Tomb Raider 2013 bow only and no upgrades combined challenge as well. Thank you for doing that too. Hope things are going good. Oh, excellent, Foxy. That's great. Especially because it's a Friday as well. It's always good to have a Friday that is going good. As for me, I'm doing well. Enjoying Friday here and finished the first run through to celebrate this game's 15th anniversary. Played that on hard mode for the first time. Hadn't played it on hard mode before. And now I'm doing the treasure hunt mode where you can go back in and collect any treasures or relics you might have missed. And for the 15th anniversary, I made sure not to pick up any in the previous run through, so that I had to get all the treasures and stuff now in treasure hunt mode. But there's no music in treasure hunt mode, and there's no cutscenes either. But there's a couple of levels that are not replayable because they don't have any secrets in them at all. Lizzie, thank you for contributing more points to the Tomb Raider 2013 bow only and no upgrades challenge combined into one. Thank you so much for that. It's going to be interesting to do both of those challenges in one playthrough, because I've done both of them separately before, but never together. The thing about my bow only runs as well is it's not just a simple case of, oh, you accidentally shot a different weapon, add one fail to the count. It is that, but it's also going to be start the whole game from the start again if I accidentally use a weapon that's not a bow. Unless there's parts of the game where you have to, but there's also parts of the game where it's deceptive because it makes you think you have to, but you don't actually have to. Like, for example, when you get the rifle, it'll go into slow motion as you're being attacked by enemies. However, you can literally just not shoot back and it'll eventually go out of slow motion back to normal speed, and then you can switch back to your bow. So there's definitely a few locations and spots where that can happen. So yeah, even if I choose a pistol, for example, and then fire it at a wall, I still have to restart the game from the start if I do that. So it has to be specifically, literally bow only in all the parts of the game where it's possible to switch back to the bow as well. And you've got to be careful with those games because each one, Rise of the Tomb Raider as well as Shadow of the Tomb Raider, it will randomly change to a different weapon without letting you know. So if you're doing a challenge like the one I'm doing, or going to do with the bow only, you have to be very, very careful to make sure that you're constantly checking and double checking and triple checking that you actually have the bow equipped, and that the game hasn't all of a sudden equipped you with the shotgun or the rifle or the pistol, which can happen. Foxy, okay, your stream yesterday was so good, really enjoyed it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, making more progress in Black Flag was good. I'll be getting back to that on Saturday to continue that on. Hey Stan, thank you so very much for contributing more points to that Tomb Raider challenge as well. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Hope it's going well. We're hunting for relics, but also treasures. But there was actually a television series called Relic Hunter as well, that was inspired by, you know, Tomb Raider and Indiana Jones and all that kind of stuff. Stan, you just finished watching Darby's commentary video of Black Flag. I'm sure you watched it as well. Fantastic video. I needed to actually go back and watch the rest of it because I've watched a little bit of it, so I need to watch the full thing, but it's so awesome that he's done something like that, because it's great to get insight from someone who literally came up with the story and all that kind of stuff. Like, he didn't write every single piece of the story, as in all the side stuff and everything like that. Other people did that, of course. But the main narrative of the game, he covered that and wrote that. So it's good to get the insight from the writer, because the writer obviously has their inspirations for writing things a certain way, and they can explain it in a way that, you know, comes from a very different perspective as well. Ouch. Now, if we get a commentary by all the actors, that would be awesome. Also, the composer of the score, Brian Tyler. It'd be cool to have a commentary where he discusses the music. Who knows, maybe they've set all that up, and maybe the video with Darby talking about the story is one of the first of many videos that they're doing. If so, that's definitely going to raise my estimation, or my esteem of Ubisoft, as far as celebration content for their games anniversaries. Well, shit. How about I kill myself by blowing myself up? Because the checkpoint wasn't made, so we should still be where the checkpoint put me before, and not on the ground on the lower level. There we go. Stan, this is super appealing to people. Why can't they make more stuff like this? Exactly. There's definitely an audience for it. Maybe not every single player cares about that kind of stuff, but it is good to have that as something that people who do care can actually look at and find out things that they might not have known before. Because it's very different, someone who has written a story, to talk about the things that are actually the why and all that kind of stuff. Like, people might have their own idea of maybe what it could be interpreted as, but it's good to actually have the person who can tell you what they were thinking and their reasoning for why they did certain things, and have the character be written a certain way as well. There we go. That's this one. I like how we went into explaining what was taken out related to El Tiburon and Edward, which sheds a lot of light on later in the story, where Edward basically says to him, you know, the last time we fought, you know, you gave, you know, these aren't the exact words, but he's like, the last time we fought, you handed my ass to me, you know, and know for everything, you know, you made a soldier out of a scoundrel, something along those lines. But you never actually see that previous fight or even get to play it. So it's cool that Darby was able to explain the reason why you don't. It was originally supposed to be a forced fail moment, where you would have to fight El Tiburon, and the game was programmed to make sure that he won. which I thought I might have thought it was something that was cut. I remember some people saying that, oh no, it wasn't cut. It's referring to some other thing that happened. But I always had a feeling that it wasn't because it just sounded too easy for it to be something else. Senator, thank you so much for the follow. Let's have a look. What treasures have we got? Alright, we've got 18 of 30. Haven't found the relic yet, though. Oh my god, game. I was holding the control stick in the direction that wasn't that direction, and then jumped, but the game was like, oh, you want Lara to jump in this completely opposite direction to what you were actually wanting to. What the fuck? Don't know how Lara managed to get that much airtime. Thanks, camera. Appreciate it. Good spot to put the camera. Camera. Retroactively, this game should get given the 2008 Drunken Camera Award of the Year for erratic cameras in video games. Oh my god! This is like pulling teeth. Not that I've pulled someone's teeth before, but I imagine that the process is very arduous for the person on the receiving end of it, of course, but also the person doing the pulling of the teeth as well. Hey there, Zereth. Welcome to you, and thank you so much for contributing more points to the Tomb Raider 2013 bow only and no upgrades challenge combined. Thank you for that. Hope it's going well. Cool. 21 of 30 treasures found. Slash, well, no, it's not slash relics. 21 treasures found, but the relic hasn't been found yet. Whoa, what a weird visual glitch. This is something that didn't happen when playing through the game in quote-unquote normal mode. Not as in difficulty, but as in just the regular way to play through the game. So it looks like in treasure hunt mode, though, this glitch is happening. Hey, Mr. Goethe. Welcome, dude. Crooked was in and he said that you've been really sick. That's really sorry to hear that, dude. How's things going for you? Senator, is this Tomb Raider 2? No. Tomb Raider 2 came out in 1997. This one's from 2008. Mr. Goethe, you're in bed now. You've got Twitch Mobile set up. Well, that's good that you're resting as well. Never actually heard of TTP before, but Kroger was saying there was some kind of blood sickness or something. Is it? I see, yeah. Yeah, because I hadn't actually heard of it before. So I can't get back up to where I came from, and I can't progress anywhere further, so what I'm going to have to do is go to the location selection. We've gotten 22 out of 30 treasures. So I'm going to revisit a different location. Mr. Goatee, see doctors at the hospital and GP. It's a really rare problem, is it? Very rare. It's one of those things where, it sucks that it's something that can be gotten, and of course, definitely getting it. Not that we haven't seen Lara in jungle shorts or jungle pants at all before. I'm still going to have Lara wear different outfits in the different levels than what I had her wear when I went through the game on hard mode. Mr. Goatee, thank you for your VIP badge still too. Oh yeah, that's no worries at all, Mr. Goatee. Senator, she looks like Spider-Woman when she climbs. Yeah, there's actually some walls that have certain hand and foot holds, and she definitely looks like a spider climbing when you're climbing those sorts of things as well. Oh. Alright, how many treasures are in this level? 13, so there's not that many treasures in this level. Any levels that I haven't gotten all the treasures in, when I pass through the level again, I'm going to use a guide to clean up the rest of the ones. But I'm going to try as much as possible as I go through each mission to try and find all the treasures on my own and the relics. But if I'm spending 20 or 30 minutes on finding some relics, I'm not going to keep on going until it's an hour after I've started looking. Just get what we can in this stream. I anticipate that it'll take 2 more streams to get the whole 15th anniversary celebration playthrough finished. That's one of the reasons why for that Tomb Raider community challenge that's going now, I gave it a total of 13 days because that ended up timing itself so that if the goal is met, then the day that the actual community challenge ends would be the day before I do the Tomb Raider stream. So the plan is to finish this playthrough of Underworld next Friday. which might not actually, now that I think about it, might not mean that'll be next Friday when I start that playthrough. But I wanted to give myself a bit of time to get this playthrough done. Plus also have a bit of time so that people could contribute to that if they would like as well. Ms. Goatee, you miss video games so much. Yeah. So has it been something that affects like your energy levels as well? Hey Brutus, I hope things are going good. There's a leftover spider that we hadn't taken care of. In treasure hunt mode, the majority of enemies that you've already killed don't reappear, but if there's any that you missed, or spots you went to in the game world that usually trigger more enemies but you didn't trigger it before, then more enemies will pop up for Lara to deal with. And I think there's some enemies that spawn in as part of the game needing them to spawn in to actually activate progression. Oh, that's good, Brutus. I'm glad to hear that things are going well. That's awesome. And I'm doing good, Brutus. Things are going well. Oh, Mr. Gote, 3 weeks into a base hospital, and yeah, energy, heart rate, blood pressure as well. So it's been 3 weeks, dude. Yeah, that is definitely a long time. The Scent of Gods, Kuros. Thank you so much for the follow. Mr. Gote, you get your Xbox back tomorrow and PC from storage. Oh, cool. That's good that you'll be able to, dude. So will there be any special food and stuff, have they said, that you might need to have moving forward, like a diet change or anything like that? I have Senator, yeah. Yeah, I've played Nintendo 64. I actually still have one that works. Mr. Gote, fruit juice, veggies, meat, no lemons or limes, tonic water, vitamin B12 is a must. I got you, dude, yeah. That's good, though, that you know what you need to actually get. Because, there's just things that we don't know what sort of like effects they're having on us, because they're not necessarily things that are like an instant reaction thing. Lara being like a cat who just knocks everything off the table. It's so good to be back though and watching. Well, thank you so much, dude, for actually being able to, I know it's not easy when you're definitely not feeling well and you're going through a lot of tough stuff, to not always be able to do the things that you enjoy. And I know that you're someone that not only enjoys streaming as well yourself, but also enjoys going into people's streams and watching and chatting and all that kind of stuff. And I imagine that also is very tough not to be able to have been able to do a lot. So thanks so much for spending, some of your time in here watching, especially considering being in hospital and not feeling good and having some things that you need to deal with. Cool, there's only 3 more treasures left to get, and 1 relic. Thank you, Hermione, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Thank you. Mr. Goatee, you're going to try Resident Evil 4 when you're well again. Cheers, everyone. That's no worries at all, dude. And that's awesome. That's definitely a game that I would like to replay at some point as well, especially with the Separate Ways DLC being released. But also because with the Resident Evil remakes in general, I still haven't actually gone through them with a deep dive and gotten all the collectibles and, doing all that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't mind actually doing that at some point. Okay, so I've got a scene. Son of a bitch. Did you think you can elude us forever, Carlos? Huh? Hey, you got the wrong guy. My name's Simon. Just let me go. There's no need to kill me. I haven't seen your face. No, no, no. Oh, sorry. Whoops. That was a scene direction with Harry's name. Son of a bitch. Did you think you can elude us forever, Carlos, huh? Hey, you got the wrong guy. My name's Simon. Just let me go. There's no need to kill me. I haven't seen your face. No, 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 I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Oh, it's you. Hey, you still interested in that vet at all? Hey, Carlos, game's over. Your career as an international terrorist is well documented. No. Oh, yeah. No. Oh, yeah. No. Oh, yeah. No, I sell cars. That's all. Come on, I'm not a terrorist. I'm actually a complete coward. If I ever saw a gun, I'd... Oh God, no, please don't kill me. I'm not a spy. I'm nothing. I'm naval lint. I have to lie to women with get laid, and I don't score much. I got a little dick. It's pathetic. Oh God, would a spy pee himself? Huh? Please, and not with a bullet. Oh mercy, sir. Get the fuck out of here. Just go. Just be dead. So that's from True Lies, but there's not very much of Arnie's character speaking. So because of that, I'm going to pick another scene from that same movie and actually do more. Okay, here we go. My turn to drive. Give me the page. What? This jumps from page 9 to page 11. Where's page 10? Must be a typo. Give me the goddamn page. Okay. Okay. There we go. So that's from True Lies. It's another little moment from that as well. Thank you, Hermione, for redeeming that. I thought I'd find something else from that same movie to stitch together a bit more content, if you will, for that redemption, because there wasn't much of his character speaking in that first one I did. Senator, you just saw Shark Alley in screenshot. Oh, did you? Yeah, one of the images that they released of this game was Lara dealing with some sharks and stuff. Hermione, bravo, a double Arnie for the same price. We're in luck today. You really have the impression nailed down. Well, thank you so much, Hermione. It's definitely fun to do. There's definitely a lot of words that are much easier to say with with that impression than others, but it's definitely fun all the same. Yeah, it really was, dude, Mr. Gote. It was a really good movie. I like that scene where he's drugged, but he's already picked his lockpick, like his handcuffs, and the dude's getting ready to to interrogate him, and he's talking about, you know, what he's going to do to him, and the bloke's like, and so how are you going to do that when you're and how do you plan to do that? And he's like, you know, my locks, the cuffs, I picked them. That's okay, Hermione. No worries at all. Thank you. I definitely will enjoy the rest of my stream. Okay, so there's still some secrets left, and we've reached the point where I can't go any further. Normally what would happen in the story at this part is Lara would pull this down and then all hell would break loose. But the part in which all hell breaks loose doesn't have any secrets, so the game doesn't actually let you go further. So I need to get 2 more treasures, and the 1 relic is still somewhere. Mr. Gote, fake spy. Yeah. It would have been interesting what the sequel would have been like. Having them both be spies. That's a powerful one. Yeah, yeah, the car dealership dude. Yeah, Bill Paxton, who played that character, like, he was such a good actor. It's a shame he passed away. He only went in to get routine surgery done and he died on the operating table. Game over, man. Game over. They cut the power. How can they cut the power, man? They're animals. Okay, so I can't go back that way anymore. Damn it. Another level that I haven't been able to find all the secrets without using a guide. But oh well. Senator Thanksgiving is coming to theaters, is it? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a movie just called that. Seems that there's been a movie made based on every single kind of like celebration that exists. Not too sure, Senator. I don't really think about that kind of stuff to even give like a guess. Mr. Goethe, also you got Mirage, Armored Core and Modern Warfare 3 dropped off by Uber too, did you? Oh, nice. That's good that you're able to. Oh. Alright, so I'll have to try this another time in this level. Let's revisit the next location. Let's see how many secrets this level has. Haha, yes. I think this is the one with the most. This has 50 treasures in it. Senator, if this was a movie, she would walk. Sometimes, I imagine, but Lara's the character that loves her fast bikes and stuff. Another Geralt moment. What a glitch. Senator, what do you think of the first cutscene in Tomb Raider 1? So do you mean like the original Tomb Raider? Because if so, I like how, because that was the first game in the series, because they wanted to not show Lara's face straight away in Tomb Raider 1, they do a lot of cool stuff where they don't show her, but then, although they actually show her face, but they don't show her in full outfit and everything straight away. That's something that they didn't show straight away, which I actually liked. But in Anniversary, they don't have to worry about doing that because there's no point because of how successful the series became. Yeah, Senator. So yeah, it was kind of cool, and I mean, obviously, it's very dated now, especially the style of cutscenes that they were, the full motion video sequences. Hey, Kenway, welcome on in. How's it going? Kenway, this is much more modern than usual. Yeah, this one came out in 2008. I always do this game as part of my annual playthroughs as well. Are you good? You're just eating? Excellent. I hope you're enjoying your food. Hope it's going well. And I'm going good. Kenway, things are going really good. Especially because it's Friday. You are? Oh, nice. Cool. Well, that's always good too. It's always good to enjoy good food. Food is good too. Nice. For those who might have joined, or for those who haven't seen Treasure Hunt mode before, this is the first time I've actually done Treasure Hunt mode. Whenever I've done a playthrough where I wanted to collect all the treasures, I used a guide and got them as I went through the game, but for this playthrough of the 15th anniversary, I decided to do something different and go through the game on the hardest mode, because I hadn't played on the hardest mode before, and then use Treasure Hunt mode to go back into the levels and get all the treasures and relics, doing it through this way. And what they've done is any enemies that you killed, any puzzles that you already solved, when you do Treasure Hunt mode, they will still stay dead, and they will still stay solved as well. There might be some exceptions though. Another thing, they don't have cutscenes in Treasure Hunt mode, and yet another thing is there's no music. So normally there'd be music in the levels, but in Treasure Hunt mode, I don't know why, but for Treasure Hunt mode they took out the music. These enemies, however, I didn't kill them. Come on, do it. There we go, finally. Wait. Don't have any health kits. Senator, so those are, I'm pretty sure they're panthers, those ones. But there's funny glitches sometimes where Lara gets stuck on an object, and if you keep trying to move in the direction you were going in, it'll come up with this weird sort of like little animation thing that happens. You have to actually stop trying to move and then try again. Senator, why does it take more than one shot? You had to shoot several times. Well, it's a combination of things. It's how much health they give the enemy, but it's also I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, so the enemies take more damage to kill. But there's an adrenaline gauge you can fill up, and once it's filled up, you can do a special move that's a one-shot kill. Senator, it would only take one shot to kill an animal. I guess in real life that's definitely true. Jamie, get your mother. Put the cookie down. Now. Thank you, Bray, for redeeming that Arnie impression. Welcome, how's things been? I've been good, Bray. Things have been going well. Bray, what games have I been playing? Let's see. So, I've been playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag, doing various kinds of things with that. Playing Tomb Raider Underworld. Not long ago, I did a playthrough of Until Dawn, the horror game by Supermassive. And I did a lot of horror streams in October as well. I played through Alan Wake 2. What else did I play through? I did an anniversary playthrough for Silent Hill 3, which was celebrating its 20th. And I also did a 25th anniversary playthrough of Resident Evil 2 Original as well. So they're the sort of games I've been playing over the last few weeks at least. Yeah, Senator, I've played Outlast. And that reminds me, I did a playthrough of Outlast as well to celebrate its 10th anniversary. So I did that in October as well. I actually played through that game on the hardest difficulty for the first time, and if you die in that game's hardest mode, then you have to start from the start. Yeah, Bray, it can be. That's why I like it. Same with Outlast 2. No, Senator, no, I haven't played Manhunt before. I know of it, of course, but haven't played it before. Bray, Fatal Frame games scare you as well. Not played those ones myself, the Fatal Frame ones. I think there's quite a few of them now as well by this point. I think Steven Spielberg is a fan of the games, actually. I think I remember reading that somewhere. It's not Brain, no. No, not the first playthrough. I did, Bray. Yeah, I got that. I played through it off stream first to see what I thought of it, and I decided that I enjoyed it enough to actually buy it. I tried it by using the Ubisoft Plus subscription service, so it was a cheaper quote-unquote experiment to play through the game that way. And so, after playing it off stream from start to finish, I thought it's a game I wouldn't mind replaying in the future, so I actually ended up buying it and then streamed it for my second playthrough and incorporated that into my annual playthroughs as well. So yeah, I played through it twice now, and there's definitely a lot of things that they need to improve, but a lot of things are held back because they're still using the same game engine from 2014, which is not good. It's definitely outdated by now. They need to do a new game engine from the ground up this time. Not just take a pre-existing one and update it, but actually start from the start, all the way from scratch. Build one brand new from the start. Well, I guess it's up for a debate what games would be better off as being DLC and all that kind of stuff. Because I feel like it's very easy to get into the trap of short games meaning they should have just been DLC. Because sometimes it's good if a game is short, because some games can overstay their welcome. And some games as well can be too short where it's not enjoyable, of course, but the thing about Mirage is that the misconception that gets believed a lot is that they were working on it as a DLC and that they decided to change it from being a DLC to a main game like halfway through making it as a DLC, which is not true. They conceived of it as a DLC, sat down and thought, we'll do this as a DLC, but then when it was still in the early stages, they decided, you know what, how about we actually make this into a full game? So it wasn't a case of 6 months after starting making the game, you know what, let's make it a game instead of a DLC. It was more like a couple of weeks into conceiving the project, they were like, how about we make this into a full game instead as well? But of course, what usually happens is that misinformation gets carried over by a lot of people, especially YouTubers who have a big audience, and then that audience goes into forums and websites and people's streams and end up spreading the misinformation. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's up for debate whether working on something as a DLC for one day even and then changing your mind to make it into a full game means that you were making a DLC, and that turning it into a full game is a bad thing. But in the case of Mirage, it was very, very early into conceiving the project where they were like, hey, how about instead we actually make this a full game, not make it a DLC. It's like if I was given the ability to come up with a game idea, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to make up a game idea that's only 2 hours long. And then a day after working on it, I go, you know what? Nah, I'll make this into a longer game. How about I make it a game that takes 15 hours to finish? Right, they should have took more time to make it. Well, they had about 3 years to get it done. I think it's actually the longest time between Assassin's Creed releases that they've actually released a game, with a 3-year gap. Brutus, he didn't play it, but seen it played by a couple of different people and thought it was a very good game. Yeah, there's definitely things that I think that they need to improve. There's definitely a lot of stuff that doesn't make it a top tier game in the series or anything. I wouldn't say it is a return to the roots. That's a marketing term that has been used too much, unfortunately, by the general gamer community. And it's more of an homage, not a return to roots. They're paying their respects to the early games in the series, but there's a lot of elements that they include which weren't in the original games. So if it was a true return to roots, you wouldn't have an eagle companion at all. If it was return to roots, you'd have the manual jump button returning. If it was back to its roots, you would be able to do a back eject and a side eject from a longer distance away to what you want to jump to. So there's all these things that Mirage doesn't do, which are things that the old school games did. So it's not a full return to roots. It's more like a homage to what has come before. I hated this part because it's just ridiculous with the friggin' bloody. You spam the button because you know that it's going to throw up the prompt, and yet Lara still doesn't actually grab. Speaking of Assassin's Creed, actually, when it comes to next year, I won't be doing dedicated stream days every week for the whole year, like I have been for the past few years. Same with the Tomb Raider series as well. I'll still do my annual playthroughs, I'll still do anniversary playthroughs, I'll still do random, I just feel like playing this game for the hell of it, playthroughs, but as far as actually having a dedicated set of stream days every week for the whole year for Assassin's Creed and Tomb Raider, I won't be doing that anymore. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. Welcome on in. It's going really good, thanks. Things are going good. How about yourself? I'm doing treasure hunt mode now, so there's no cutscenes, there's no music. Any enemies that you killed when you went through before are dead. Any puzzles you needed to solve are already solved. And any levels where there were no treasures, you don't have to do the levels. And at any time you can exit the level and then jump into another one as well. I was sort of wondering when I first started doing this how to actually finish out the level. And then I realized that you go into the options and then select change location, and then that lets you go to another part of the game. I still don't know why that doesn't work, game. Like, seriously. This game needs a remake. Like, I have no idea why Lara can't keep holding onto the rope as she lands. It's a massive oversight, both gameplay-wise and character-wise. It's like they're trying to make us believe that Lara couldn't have this active, hold onto it, drop down, and land on the ground and still hold the rope as she lands on the ground, and then keep running on the ground while holding it, and then jump up on the wall and pull herself up. Senator, how can you climb when it's raining? It's all magical. Hey Mariana, welcome on in. Hope it's going well. Indeed, Lucinda, yeah. Yeah, what I've decided to do is go through and try and find as many of the treasures and relics that I can on my own without using a guide. And when I get really stuck and can't find any more, or I get to a point where I'm cut off and can't get out of the dead end, then I'll just jump to the next level, and then whichever ones that I need to go back into later, I'll do so with a guide. Bloody fucking hell, game. Work fucking with me, man, not fucking against me. Jesus Christ. Go home, camera, you're drunk. Of course the prompt wouldn't do that. I've got half a mind to just exit this level and go back in because it'll put me way before this part. In fact, I'm going to do that now. Fuck it. I just realized I've got Sunday as sim day for some reason. What a typo. Alright, now that I've gone back to this level that I was getting pissed off at, it puts us right back to the start of it, of course, which means I can get to the spot that I need to get to without having to backtrack back to where that dead end was that I found myself in. Actually, how many treasures have I got in this area? 21 of 50. Alright, so over this way is where I was just at before. So I think I've gotten all the secrets that I can find, at least in this part. Senator, thanks for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Thank you. Okay, so I've got a Arnie movie scene to do. Where do you think you're going, brother? I am afraid. Afraid to bare yourself? Why, you're so big and so well grown. You should be proud of your body. How do you expect to reach emptiness without knowing your own body? Could we talk over there, where the others cannot see? Why, yes, brother, of course. I am afraid, and I am shy. Is this, your robe? Priest's robe? Yes, it's all I have. Good. Ugh. That's all you'll ever need. That's from Conan the Barbarian. And If you're wondering what he's doing in that last part, he's actually knocking out the priest to take his clothes to do a stealth mission, basically. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression, Senator. Hello there, Cellcat. Welcome on in. Thanks, Mariana. Such a funny scene. Because you have this priest who's very skinny and standing next to Arnie. He's very, very small. And then you got Arnie roaming around. And then when you see Arnie in the actual priest's robe, it looks funny. Hellcat, your favourite Tomb Raider that you never finished because of the damn puzzles. Yeah, some of these puzzles in these games can be very, very annoying trying to figure out. I was saying before about this treasure hunt mode I'm doing, all the puzzles that you need to solve to progress through the levels when you actually do the treasure hunt mode, and to get it you have to finish the game. All the puzzles are already solved for you, so you don't have to worry about resolving them again. Normally, there's no time to waste in this section because it's timed. There's 2 puzzles that you need to solve on either side of this, and when you do, it opens up this area, but you need to get to it before it all closes up. So it looks like it is closed up, so this must be one of those parts of the game where you still have to trigger, but they've kept one side still actually solved. So I'm going to have to do that again, but that's okay, because it's only one thing to do, and it's probably kept the actual things I need to move in the same position as before. Cellcat, the one with the Mayan calendar locked, you can't do it. Did it once and then you forget how. Yeah, it's very tricky, because you've got so many circles of the puzzle to actually keep track of, but also the movement of the wheel as well, and how far to move it. That brings our count of secrets in this level to 23 out of 50 for the treasures. Alright, so I'm going to have to go to... which side was it again? I think it's going to be that side that I'll need to go back to and do. No, Senator. No, I haven't been to Macedonia before. Jumped over that. fine now. Let's move this back slightly a bit. Jesus fucking Christ. There we go. Just friggin' jump up and grab that part. There we go. Don't jump up on top of the thing. There we go. Alright. Now I think this is what I need to switch. No, my luck, it's probably the other one. No. After all that, it's actually the one on the other side. So okay, there's a glitch with this on the console version. If you hit an enemy with one of those stick things, the game crashes, at least for you. Oh no. Not one of those glitches. It's so annoying when that happens. It is Cellcat, yeah. Although technically the Tomb Raider Legend game was the first reboot. Because it's a different version of Lara. But that version still keeps the iconography the same. The ponytail braid, or the long one really, the shorts and all that kind of stuff. And the dual pistols. So this is the last true Tomb Raider game untouched by politics. I guess some people might view it that way. There we go, yeah, so it's this one that I need to redo in this mode. Bloody fucking hell, of course I'd go the wrong fucking way. Ugh. Where's it put me? Great. Just puts me here with no context for whether it's before I switch the puzzle or after I switch the puzzle. Looks like Arthur. I was watching Red Dead 2 videos earlier. Wonder if it's after doing it. No, it's before doing it. Yep. I've been really itching to play Red Dead 2 again, and I'm doing my annual playthrough for next year as soon as I can, but I'm still wanting to do another playthrough before then, but I need to not, because I don't want to burn myself out on the game. So I won't be giving into the desire to play Red Dead 2 until actually intended to, which is the start of next year. So okay, you couldn't resist. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of things about the newer games that rub people the wrong way. But some of those things can be petty, i.e., oh, her boobs aren't big anymore. It's like, and? Why is that a problem? Then it's like, oh, she's shorter than the classic Lara. It's like, and why is that a problem? Or she doesn't wear short shorts anymore. It's like, so you mean women aren't allowed to wear long pants if they want to? They all have to wear short shorts? And Lara wears short shorts 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 366 days in a leap year. Like, I get it, there's iconographic kind of like outfits and stuff. So, I'm definitely not saying that she should never ever again wear short shorts, but I think it's okay to have the character not have to wear clothes like that all the time. Back. It is fucking annoying, but I'm more finding the funny side of it. It's funny, it didn't end the same way, but my favorite movie is Big Trouble in Little China. And there's this part of the movie where they've been kidnapped or held hostage, and they're in wheelchairs with with blindfolds on. And there's a part where one of the villains comes into the room, and they've already untied their hands, but they've put the blindfolds back on to pretend like they're actually still, unable to move. Anyway, a fight breaks out, but then Jack Burton, played by Kurt Russell, gets knocked onto a wheelchair, and it goes sliding down this hallway, and at the end of the hallway there's this chasm, this well, and the wheelchair just hits the back, like hits the rim of it, and he almost goes over, but he doesn't, and is teetering on the edge, and he manages to actually pull himself back to where he needs to be on safe ground again, and then jumps up out of the chair, and then it falls down into the well. So that part with Lara and me trying to stop her from going down into the chasm definitely ends differently, but it made me think of that scene. There we go. Got through. Oh, really, Sailcat? So you used to stream, but you're going to do YouTube soon. Well, that's cool that you're going to start doing that. Yeah, listen to the leap year. Throw that in as well. And on public holidays also. No exceptions. Lara cannot wear anything else except the same outfit. Hey, Kill Bandit. Mariana, oh my god. That was just so funny. It's like, da, 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 da. Don't go over, but then boom. Yeah, Kill Bandit. I remembered to go left that time. Senator do a backflip on the bike. Oh, that would be so cool if we could actually do that. Hey there, Donna. Welcome. How's things? You going well, Donna? That's excellent. That's good to hear. As for me, I'm going well too. Enjoying my Friday. In about 25 minutes, though, it'll be Saturday, so Friday will be gone. Salcat, you understand it's a sensitive subject, but you can easily ask the reverse question. Why aren't women allowed to be sexy anymore? It's because of politics. That's your opinion. Can't help that. And that's fair enough, Salcat. The thing about that is I would probably play devil's advocate and be like, what defines sexy, though? Because everyone has their own idea of what that actually means. Like, for example, someone might think someone is sexy who carries themselves a certain way, like confident. You know, some people might find that to be something that they would consider to be a sexy trait that someone has. Whereas there might be some people who say that it's only things that are like if a man was walking around shirtless and he was muscular, or if a woman was walking around with a low-cut top, you know. And that's something that people, you know, definitely can find sexy as well, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I would definitely say that people who are considering people to be sexy are using all sorts of different kinds of traits to actually analyze and come up with that kind of like appraisal of that kind of thing as well. Rogo McGrog, thank you so much for the follow. Mariana, yes, looks like they're doing female characters more masculine. At least you got this impression. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, you know, things that are going on where there's like, it's going from one extreme to the other. Instead of being like, hey, you know, some characters will be like this and other characters will be like that, and you know, there's an audience for all different kinds of, you know, people's you know, physicalities and, you know, all that kind of stuff as well. So I think there should be like a balance and all that as well. But like anything can be taken to the extreme, either positively or negatively as well. So it's one of those things where it can cause a lot of issues between people, because obviously there's certain things that people are expecting of something, and if that's not being met, then that causes, you know, an issue and things like that. I mean, ultimately, I think there's a place, and there should be, for all sorts of, you know, personality types, physicality types, and all that kind of stuff that, you know, people should be like, you know, that's cool that there's that. And it might not be something that I might be interested in, but it's something that is catering to people who are looking for that. And it's good to be able to give people things that they're looking for, that they can find. Like, there's a lot of styles of games, for example, that it's fair enough that people enjoy them, and I'm glad that they do. Is it something that I feel that, you know, I should change my mind on because I don't find it like that myself? No, you know, there's something for everyone. And I wouldn't be like, hey, stop doing that thing that I'm not interested in just because I'm not interested in it. Because that's kind of like a selfish thing, but it's a bit of an arrogant thing as well. It's like, I hate this style of game, so therefore it shouldn't exist. Where the people who are enjoying it are just like, hey, this is cool. This is a game that I like. Get to play it. Okay, so I'll just pause for a second. Just need to switch over to my browser and scroll up on chat. So the game will pause itself for a little bit. So, okay, true, but it's happened in a lot of franchises, so there's a pattern of putting more clothes on female characters and making them look more plain. You do agree with that, Rod? It's going from one extreme to the other. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of stuff that's down to people's tastes as well, you know, and it's not a whole general thing. Like, there'd be people who, when it comes to Lara, for example, who are like, no, anything that strays from this is not true. So therefore, that thing can't be enjoyed by people, or that thing shouldn't be a thing because it's different to this and all that kind of stuff. And then there's people who are like, it's okay to like this and it's okay to like that. And that's where I fall with Tomb Raider and Lara Croft. I love the classic Lara and I really like the reboot Lara. And they're so different, but there's similarities as well. And a lot of the similarities are the core things that are really more important, really. Like, is Lara's boob size more important than the fact that she's someone that doesn't give up when she's faced with life-threatening situations? She doesn't turn her back and cower away and not do anything, which is fine. Like, that's a reaction. That's not something that people should feel like they're not allowed to do. But Lara is a character who is determined, and you can argue, well, the reboot Lara is more emotional, which is a bad thing, versus classic Lara, who's not as emotional, which is a good thing. And then say, well, because the reboot Lara gets emotional, it therefore negates any sort of like characteristic where she might be scared, she might be in pain, she might be crying, but does she give up completely? No, she keeps on going. And classic Lara, if she was in a situation where it was like she was injured, she was tired, she was like faced with all these enemies on an island, would she cower away and just go, oh, I can't do this, and then leave or let them kill her? No, of course not, you know. So both versions of Lara have that within them. It's just that the way that the characters have been told is different because things have changed from how characters were written, portrayed, and represented back then than what they are now, you know. And so you look at characters that are emotional. A good example I like to use is Sarah Connor in the first Terminator movie versus Sarah Connor in the second Terminator movie, Ellen Ripley in the first Alien versus Ellen Ripley in the second Alien. So in Terminator 1, Sarah Connor is just a normal person. She works a normal job, trying to get by, and all that kind of stuff. She's not a fighter. She's not someone that can pick up a gun and be like, boom, I already know how to use it and all that kind of stuff. She's someone that gets emotional. She's scared and all that kind of stuff. By the end of Terminator 1, when Kyle Reese is, you know, he's not dead yet, but he's pretty fucked up. Who is the one that is like, on your feet, soldier, on your feet, and getting him up? It's Sarah, you know, so there's been the evolution of her character. In Terminator 2, she's really tough, not just mentally, but also physically. So Sarah in Terminator 1, by the end of the movie, gets that sort of like mental toughness, whereas at the start of the movie, she doesn't have that mental toughness. In the second movie, she has the mental toughness and the physical toughness at the start already. However, it's gone so far into the mentally strong that it's becoming more robotic. So there's a point in Terminator 2 where she's like, right, I know where the creator of Skynet lives. I know what I need to do. And to stop this, I need to go and kill him. So what does she do? She gears up, gets all these weapons. She's dead set on killing him. But she doesn't. And when she realizes that she's about to kill another human being who has a family, and his son is covering his body, saying, don't shoot my dad, that kind of stuff. What does Sarah do? Does she just go "fuck you" and throw him off and then shoot the dude anyway? No. She actually realizes what she's about to do and she breaks down and cries. Does that mean that because she breaks down and cries that she's, not mentally strong anymore? No, it doesn't. It just means that she was so mentally tough and so determined to do something that when she actually saw something that broke her out of that, she realized that she was actually killing someone's father, that she was going to be orphaning a child and potentially widowing, his wife and stuff like that. And she realizes that she herself has become almost like a Terminator because there's no more sort of like human emotion that she has, but she still has it because she's still human, you know. So if you look at Sarah Connor and her evolution in Terminator 1 and then in Terminator 2, you can see that it's okay for a character to be emotional. Now, the ironic thing is, Sarah Connor being female, no one complains, or I haven't seen anyone complain in all the years that, going to forums and all that kind of stuff. No one has complained, oh, yeah, Sarah was so tough and cool, but then she cried, and man, we hate her character now. That sucked that she cried. She's weak. It's like, no, it's okay. So it's ironic that a female character like Lara Croft in the newer games who does cry gets written off. And it's like, oh, she's too emotional. It's like, it's okay. It's okay to be emotional. Everyone isn't stoic. Everyone isn't, like if someone, um, experiences the loss of someone, they grieve differently. They're not going to always have a stream of tears just coming out of their eyes. They're going to sometimes be quiet and withdrawn and, not moving much or, anything like that. Some people might be hysterical. People have different reactions and stuff. But yeah, Lara Croft in the newer games can be emotional, but it's not a bad thing. And the ironic thing is too, is that male characters in stories are supposed to be tough all the time, and they're not supposed to show any emotional side. And some people have been like, yeah, that character's weak now because he cried. But it's like, it's okay to be emotional. There's a lot of action movies that had characters that were very like, yeah, I'm tough. Nothing phases me. I got shot, whatever. Pull out the bullet, spit it out, whatever, and then keep on going. It's like, oh, it's just a flesh wound, whatever, you know. But there were a lot of movies where the character's in pain, there's tears, they're, exclaiming, there's things like that. But those characters weren't criticized for doing that either. So but they weren't criticized for doing that. So there's this weird kind of like hypocrisy, I guess, that sort of interweaves in differences and all that kind of stuff. But classic Lara doesn't have moments where she breaks down and cries. You don't see her in pain because when they were doing the stories and writing the character and performing the character, they weren't. They were performing the character as a character who gets in, gets things done, is physically tough because of having to, be able to do all the climbing that she does and all that kind of stuff. But she doesn't, break down and cry or anything like that. And some people don't like to see characters do that. So when Reboot Lara does that, it's a disconnect where they're like, no, that's not the true Lara. The true Lara wouldn't cry. And it's like, well, did Lara just wake up one morning and was automatically acrobatic, automatically could use all the weapons, automatically could deal with being attacked by multiple people and surviving, being in harsh environments and surviving? Of course not. She didn't, no one just wakes up and goes, you know what? I'm a master at survival now. You could throw me in an island and I would survive. It's like, no. you know, so there's an evolution. It's just that in the old school games, we don't see that evolution of Lara. We don't see Lara go from A to B to C. We see Lara at G already. We don't see that progression. We do see bits of it in flashbacks, but that's more in terms of like, hey, this was Lara when she was younger, and this was her first experience at going into a tomb, and this is what happened. But we don't see her in pain for the first time from an injury that happens when she's, out and about and stuff and doing things. And I'm sure that realistically, if you were to look at the classic Lara and put her into real contexts, I'm pretty sure that there would have been some point, at least once in her life, where when she got hurt, she wouldn't just be like, yeah, whatever, got hurt, yep, keep going. I'm sure there was a moment where she probably broke down or there was tears in her eyes, but what did she do? She kept on going forward, and all that kind of stuff. So that's my rant a little bit, but it's sort of like you've got all these different kinds of characters. You've got the way that characters are actually written changing and how they perform changing and all that kind of stuff. So everything has like an evolution and stuff. But that doesn't mean that everyone has to agree and everyone has to like this and everyone has to hate this. It's just that there's examples of things being one way and things being the other way. And it's up to each person to look at both and say to themselves, okay, do I feel that both are worthy of being on similar ground, or do I feel that this one is the one that is the proper and this one isn't, and all that kind of stuff? But that's just how I feel about the two different versions of Lara Croft, the classic and the newer version as well. Donna, if women are only shown as something pretty to look at and have no other abilities or qualities, that's not right. But making women to be appealing completely forbidden is the other opposite. That's true, Donna. That is, you know. And you look at if you look at every single character ever made and you ignore what they look like or what they sound like, but you look at the essence of who they are, you look at the essence of their traits, then you strip all the other stuff away, you really get to the things that can really test someone. You know, it's not about how good someone looks in a survival situation. If you're in a survival situation, if you look terrible, that's okay. For someone to expect you to look like a model in that sort of context is unrealistic and stupid. So when it comes down to it, what's more important isn't what people look like or what they sound like. It's what are they internally and how are they expressing themselves and how are they carrying themselves and what are their actions as well. What are they doing? And that's the true test of whether someone is of good character or not as well. It's not what they look like. You could have the best looking person in the world be terrible at something, but you can also have them be great at something. You could have someone who might think of themselves as ugly, but someone else might find the beauty that they have and be able to look past any sort of like negative stuff that that person says about themselves and says, no, you're too hard on yourself. There's definitely good qualities there, kind of stuff as well. Adrian, Tomb Biker, let's go. Curious, no Tomb Raider game had horses. An older version of Tomb Raider 2013 was going to focus on horse riding, but it got scrapped. That's true. Yeah, that was kind of funny. I wonder how it would have went. I think it would have been interesting, actually, like not to have it be a companion that you always have, like Roach for Geralt or, any other game where you have a mount that you can call upon, but definitely have moments in the game where, especially if it's exploration, like you might have Lara travel to a spot around the world by plane, but then she needs to travel by horse to get to somewhere, and things like that. That definitely would have been interesting. Donna, the rise of the horse riding. Exactly. Exactly. That would have been a good thing. The rise of the horse riding. Horse Rider. Um, Horse Rider 2, Horse Rider 3, Horse Rider, The Last Hurdle, Horse Rider Chronicles. I can't think of something else to match that. Um, what else we got? Horse Rider, the Pony of Darkness. I don't know. Um, then you got Horse Rider Legend. I don't know what else you could say about that. Horse Rider Anniversary, Horse Rider Underworld. I don't know what you could do instead of that. Then you got like Horse Rider 2013, Rise of the Horse Rider, and Shadow of the Horse Rider. There we go. We've got a whole Horse Rider franchise there. Mariana, you also like both Timeline from Tomb Raider. That's cool. Yeah, yeah. It's interesting. It's like I think there can be room for people to like both as well. Um, and there's so many characters that have different versions that are done. Like to use an example of a male character that um, has been done in a certain way, and then they did the character in a different way, and that's Superman. Like before Man of Steel, the movie Man of Steel, Superman was always portrayed as having these qualities. And if he had any negative qualities, they were more either humanistic negative traits, like, maybe being angry. Not that angry is generally only a negative thing. Like someone being angry can actually motivate them to do something that they've been putting off. Like the anger someone feels that something wasn't done the way that they like it, as in like creating something, might give them the motivation to go, you know what? I'm going to create something that's better. And so that anger that they feel actually motivates them to do something. Um, and so you have a Superman who, in Man of Steel, is questioning certain things, is like, and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of people didn't like that version, which is fair enough. But I like that version too, as well as the classic version, you know. So I think it's okay to like both of something when there's two different variables and variations of them as well. Senator, do you want female character in GTA 6? That's if you're a fan of GTA. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's something that is definitely going to be very different, and that's going to, add a whole different dynamic as well. Because I think too, there's going to be another character that you play as too, so it's going to be another multi-character game. So, okay, you had the same discussion with a friend over the Resident Evil series. You said every Resi game that's too different from the very first one is not a true Resi game anymore because that's what the game was supposed to be. Yeah, yeah, and that's the thing too with Resident Evil is like there was a certain point where they were done in a certain way, and then they went beyond that point, and there was a change that happened. And obviously, there's going to be people who still, and understandably, and it's okay, as someone who doesn't mind a lot of the newer stuff as well, coming from someone from that perspective, I definitely don't feel that people who don't like the newer stuff or anything post, well, whatever sort of cutoff point you'd like to put, are wrong to think that way or anything like that. But yeah, there's definitely been a change in Resident Evil as well in the whole series. She's weak in the first movie, and really weak, and then in the second movie, boom. That's it, Senator. Yeah, so there's definitely an evolution that happens with Sarah Connor in that example. I forgot to actually go into detail about Ellen Ripley because I brought her up as a character as well, but I didn't go into detail. But there's a similar thing in Alien. Even though like she's scared out of her mind, she still does what she needs to do to survive. And then in the second movie, she's sort of having doubts about them wanting to go back to deal with, the alien creature. But she decides to put aside her fears and is like, right, I need to face this again. And, there's a change there as well. So, okay, there's nothing wrong with the natural evolution of characters, but it's something else when suddenly a rapid change happens right when we're facing this intrusive political movement. You need things to be balanced. Yeah, yeah, some things are just instantly. It's like instant gratification, except it's in creative things. It's like people want a character to be already at a certain level straight away without the evolution as well. And sometimes instead of gradually making those changes, it's more of a brute force kind of thing as well. And I think everything needs to be individually looked at and assessed before deciding how to move forward with it as well. Kill Bennett, she has a sister that looks almost like her and did some parts in the movie. That's true. Yeah, yeah. I can't remember her twin sister's name, but one of the things that they used um, both of them in was the scene in Terminator 2, which was actually cut from the theatrical release, but it's when the Terminator is having his head opened up and they make the switch so that he can actually learn things because the Terminator wasn't able to learn new things. He was already preloaded with all this information about humans and all that kind of stuff, but he couldn't learn new stuff. But they actually opened up his head and took the chip out or whatever they did. I can't remember exactly. And then they basically switched it over so that he could actually learn new things. In the theatrical version, they don't worry about explaining that, but in the director's cut, they do. And there's a scene, and in the scene, Sarah Connor has to hold a light over the head of the Terminator as her son John Connor does the surgical stuff. And if you look in the mirror, you can see a reflection of Sarah Connor. That reflection you see is actually the twin sister positioned somewhere, I don't know where, on a different perspective. And they had to do some trickery with camera angle placement and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, in that scene, who you see in the reflection isn't actually Linda Hamilton. It's actually her twin sister. So I thought that was kind of cool how they worked that out. Adrian in Terminator 3 killed Sarah off screen. Oops, that's true. That's true. They definitely did. They definitely did. It's just like he's just dead. Salcat, Sarah Connor was a well-written character. Too many characters today don't have that same level of writing because activists are doing the writing, not people who love the games and the movies. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a place for certain types of stories and all that kind of stuff. And you got to be very careful because you can sort of like alienate people in a way that isn't necessary to spite certain things. And I felt with the latest Terminator movie, Sarah Connor's struggles and what she went through are basically considered null and void because it's a new timeline and stuff like that. I thought that was a bit of a slap in the face kind of thing. I mean, then you get John Connor being killed straight away, as well. Cellcat, Sarah, yeah, so I already read that. Whoops. Senator, don't forget about playing the game. Yeah, I'm one of those streamers that likes to actually put chat above games sometimes and respond to things. So I'll stop playing until I'm ready to start playing again once I've responded to people's chat. Mariano, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different facets to stuff. Donnie, you love stories with character progression. They're usually good stories. Yeah, that's true. Because when you think about stuff like some things can seem like they happen instantly without any warning, but along the way there's been 50 small things that have happened that weren't paid attention to, and then the big final thing happens, and then people are like, I never saw that coming, holy shit. It's like, well, you saw bits and pieces of things leading up to it, but you didn't put any of them together or, think, hang on, there's something is leading to something here. So progression of character is a similar thing where there's all these breadcrumbs that can be laid down that people, might not even recognize as well. So okay, never mind a good rant. Cool. Yeah. Harbinger, thanks for redeeming the Red Dead Redemption 2 character quote. Thank you so much. Oh yes, Senator, I haven't actually seen that leaked picture, but it's going to be good to actually have some concrete information that's officially released. I know some people who cover leaks of stuff or provide leaks and stuff can end up being right, of course, but I definitely prefer to just wait until the product is advertised before jumping to conclusions and stuff. So it's going to be good to actually see the trailer or the teaser for it in December. Okay, so I've got a Red Dead Redemption 2 character quote, or quote. Either you got a lazy eye or a lack of respect. Which is it, boy? I ain't got no lazy eye nor respect for the likes of you. Well, maybe when your mother's finished mourning your father, I'll keep her in black on your behalf. You think on that, boy. Well, maybe you shall, sir, and maybe other events will transpire. You'd best stick to them books, because mark my words on this, vengeance is an idiot's game. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. That's the conversation between Arthur and Archie Downs. It's okay, you didn't tell Rod to rent for 30 minutes. Time flies when you're having fun. And when you're renting as well. Oh shit. Thanks, Lucinda, for letting me know. Whoops. That's okay. Mariana, Rod was inspired. Really like the talk. Yeah, sometimes it can be a stream of consciousness thing as well. Like when you would be writing and you don't really 100% think about what you're writing, you just write, and then you look at what you wrote, and you're like, oh. Ah, healing item. Backtrack, see if there's any that I missed. That's right, Mariana. Yep, Garfield is a cat. I remember when I was a kid, there was a Garfield episode. I don't know if it was just like an episode or if it was like an actual movie, but I remember there was something Garfield related that I watched where he and Odie, is it Odie or Oti? I can't remember now. They get impounded, and while they're there, oh no, I think he gets impounded, sorry, but Garfield doesn't. And Garfield goes and, is obviously, sad and stuff. And basically he meets these other cats on the streets and stuff. But he actually finds out that one of these cats is actually his mother as well. And there's this scene where he's sleeping in like a cat box. And I think it's like a lasagna box or something like that. But it was quite one of those like very, I can't remember all the details about it, but it's always the Garfield thing that has stuck out the most in my memory. That kind of thing. I think there was even like a music, like a song part in it. But it's been so long, I haven't even, in the years and years since then, I haven't even gone to YouTube to have a look at it, but... So, okay, Rod cares a lot about the games and movies we all love. Sometimes we agree, other times we don't. It's all good, in my opinion. Oh, exactly. And that's the thing, like... There's so many, sort of like, debates that go on where the people are trying to change the mind of the other person. And I've always felt that if someone's going to change their mind about something, then they're going to come to that change of their mind on their own. It may never happen, but it could, you know. Like there's so many things that people might think is how they're going to feel about it, or they may feel about something at that point, but then down the line there might be something that happens where they start to think, you know what, maybe I have been a bit harsh about this. You know, maybe there is something that can be, that the person I was, you know, talking to this about years ago actually had a good point, you know, things like that. But I always feel that that should be something that comes naturally. It shouldn't be something that people are trying to force on others to actually, you know, change their mind. Okay, so I'm gonna have to be careful with this. Oh, fuck, I forgot that happens. Oh, that's okay, Mariana. Yeah, some of these things just come to me, certain things can trigger it. Like the other day I was actually thinking of Garfield because I remember someone had actually edited Garfield out of all the panels in which John was actually in with Garfield. And it looks so funny having him just talking on his own and not have Garfield there. Makes him look like he's an idiot, like he's talking to himself. Oh yeah, so they'll be like that. Oops, I'm gonna die here. Hopefully that will reset as well. Mariana, thank you so very much for the 10 months, 4 days and 1 hour of followage. Thank you very much for that. Salcat, you're watching Alf lately here on Twitch? Good times. Oh, cool. Yeah, there's actually an animated movie that I saw of that too. I think he caused, or no, I think it was about the destruction of his planet or something. How it was caused or something. Okay, why is it not letting me grab from that side? Doesn't make sense. Why it's only letting me interact with that from the other sides. That's true, Mariana. Yep. It's funny that some characters, like the father in that show Alf, it was so weird because I'd seen Alf as a child growing up. I don't really have many memories of any of the episodes or anything like that, but the actor who plays the father, I remember when I first watched the movie. Well, it's not really a movie; it's a miniseries, The Stand, the original one. There's a newer version now, but the 1990s Stand miniseries based on the Stephen King novel. The father from Alf is actually in that. He's one of the doctors that Stu Redman is being looked at the start of the story. And it was quite jarring because I'd only seen him when I was a child, and to see him in something when I was older than that, it was quite jarring because I'm like, isn't he the father from Alf? It was like, so he was. Is it really Salcat? So they're also showing it. Cool. So it won't let me grab the block from this side. Alright, so I'll have to leave this for another stream. And just focus on getting some other ones. Come on, Lara, you can... Oh, I see, that's glitched. Alright, let's try again. Oh, so now it throws up the jump prompt. Okay. Lucinda, you slept in a whole hour this morning. You couldn't keep your eyes open. That's understandable, for sure. It's definitely situations where you just can't, you just can't keep your eyes open longer. That's interesting. Don't I have any battery left for Lara's torch? That's weird. Okay, so there's that secret. There's that one. Listen, there was another one of those days where you woke up at 3:30 a.m., unable to get back to sleep for an hour or more. So when you did and the alarm went off, you were super tired. Oh, damn. My sus sense is tingling. Oh, ouch. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Senator Rod, where are you? The Twilight Zone. Okay, let's jump back into the game. Got some things to chew on. Anyway, back to the game. Are you a senator? Senator? Whoops. Ah, fucking hell. Didn't want to do that. Alright, let's take this slowly. Climb up. Grab. Climb up without jumping. Jump to the side. There we go. Take this nice and steady. Now we jump to that. And instead of going to the top, let's just do this and then jump there. There we go. That's that one. That one's over there. Let's see if I can cheese this. Nice. Ah, okay, so this is one I've already been into. Oop. Huh. Lara almost looked like she just teleported down there. Alright, let's actually shimmy around. I think it's quicker to do that. You're a Tomb Raider senator? Uh-huh. So what made you decide to create an account on Twitch? Was it a platform you had actually wanted to join for a while, or did you get banned under another name somewhere else and wanted to still be able to watch people's streams, or... Hey, Whiskey. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Oh yeah, Mariana, absolutely. Yeah, I definitely will. It's going to be cool to be able to actually play those games without having to spend hours trying to find the right patches and get the games to work and run properly and all that kind of stuff. All that kind of stuff. So I've got some plans already for what kinds of playthroughs I'll be doing. Um, when it comes to the annual playthroughs moving forward now with Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, I won't do the games with the modern graphics activated. I'll still switch to the old school style graphics for those. Um, but I do have plans, of course, to play the game first with the new graphics. Because obviously, I want to experience the game with the new coat of paint. And also curious to see what other things they might change as well. I like the idea when games allow you to see the game as it originally was with the press of a button. They did the same thing with the first two Monkey Island games. They did special edition versions of them, and you could actually switch when you wanted to from the old school version to the newer version. So the Tomb Raider games that they're remastering, 1, 2, and 3, it'll be the same with those ones. You'll be able to switch from one graphic to the next whenever you want to. Senator, just to watch Twitch. I gotcha. And eat cookies. Uh-huh. I didn't know you liked cookies, Ricardo. Whiskey not really having some health issues, but otherwise good, you guess. Oh, really, James? Oh, man, that really sucks. I hope you get some kind of relief soon. So, okay, this game still looks really good, nice and sharp shadows. Yeah. I used to play the Xbox 360 version and stream it. But it's good to actually have the PC version now. I've definitely come across some glitches and stuff that wasn't in the Xbox 360 version, but still. Bruce, they did that with Halo 2, the first game you ever owned on Xbox 360. Oh, cool. I didn't realize that they had. It's really, really cool because it gives people who might not have played the original version a chance to at least see it in action, you know, and actually give it a try and whatnot. If they still don't think it's that interesting afterwards, that's definitely fine. But it's cool if they give it a shot. But yeah, to have the ability to do that, and it allows people to experience the story, you know, and all that in new graphics, but also still keeps alive the older version as well. It kind of makes me think about, like, you know how there were Blu-rays that had DVDs, so you would buy a Blu-ray, but it would come with a DVD of the movie that you were buying on Blu-ray, but it was also a DVD copy. I used to like to give out those DVD copies to people because I was not worried about keeping the DVD copy because I wanted the Blu-ray copy. Alright, I've got no more health items left, unfortunately. Hello there, Lidus. Welcome on in, dude. Thank you so much for linking me to that Resident Evil randomizer in the mod as well. I haven't actually loaded it up or anything, but I do like the sound of it. That's going to be interesting to experience the game that way. That's something I've wanted to do as well in the future, is actually play some, you know, old school games with mods. Like, I've done some of that with the old school Tomb Raider games, especially people who have made like level editor games and stuff. And I'm doing well, Lidus. Things are going good. How about yourself? Thanks for leaving the lurking as well. Muchly appreciated. Brutus, you loved the first Halo, but you never got around to playing any of the others. The first two are the ones that I played, but I never owned them, so it wasn't from me owning them that I played them. But people that I knew who had the game, I would like play multiplayer with them. And that was basically as much exposure I had to the games. Listen, do you wonder if Blu-ray will ever phase out? You'd say probably 2/3 of your movie collection is Blu-ray? Yeah, because there's some things that can't be predicted, like, you know, who knew that DVDs would become such a big thing when they did? And same with Blu-rays as well. And resolution's getting more advanced and advanced too. So okay, they need to get rid of the old DVD stock, probably cheaper to give away than taking it to the dump. That's definitely a good point, Salcat. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the reasons. Harbinger, Resident Evil Randomizer, what about the mod that turns every enemy to Mr. X? Well, if there's a mod for that for the original Resident Evil 2, but for the remake it'd be a different story. Lightus, you can play it vanilla or HD plus mods, aka BioRand. That's awesome. That's cool that there's so many different options and variables. You're going well, Lightus, that's excellent, dude. I'm glad to hear that, man. You've been playing the mods like mad. Nice. Well, that's good that you found them. They're really good ones, because there was also some other HD things with, I mean, there's even like Silent Hill 2 has one as well. Brutus, your cousin told you a while back that your aunt and uncle put you in their will. They left you their entire DVD collection. You'll never have the heart to tell them you don't use digital media anymore. Holy shit, Brutus. Damn. Their entire DVD collection. But that's fair enough, you know, like, times change and, you know, not everyone's going to keep the physical medias and stuff. You got the Master Chief Collection dirt cheap in the last Steam winter sale, but you haven't got around to it yet. Well, that's good that it's there for you, you know, just in case you know, decide you want to jump into them. Whiskey, kind of reminiscing and shit playing the Quadrack solo for now. Been playing it with your brother all the time when you were younger, so hard nostalgia. Yeah, there's just certain games where you never forget certain memories that you had with them, and sometimes there can be one little thing that just instantly transports you back. Brutus, you meant you don't use physical media anymore, not digital media. Oh, of course, yeah. Physical, not digital. Lightus, you generate some mods where you play a character or something. It's crazy. All 3 OG Resident Evil games come with BioRand. The possibilities are endless. Sweet. Yeah, randomizers is something that's very, like, it's cool. You know, it makes you have to stop trying to think the way that you would normally as to where things are, and realize that things are going to be different and put in different spots and things. Whiskey, are these the vanilla pants Lara wearing? You kind of digging those? Yeah, so in this game, you get an option at the start of each level what you want to actually have Lara wear out of a certain amount of options. And this is her jungle outfit, but with the jungle pants instead of the shorts. I'm trying to show all the outfits across the 3 different playthroughs I'm doing for this 15th anniversary. So in treasure hunt mode, I've been having Lara wear the outfit that I didn't have her wear in the first phase, which was just playing through the game on the highest difficulty. Oh, were you, James? Yeah. Yeah, there's the Xbox 360 actually has, and I think the PS3 version does as well, has some outfits that are exclusive to that. Obviously, though, if you're a modder for PC versions, you can obviously have those outfits and mod them for the PC version too, but okay, I wonder if these enemies regenerate. Uh-huh. Treasure. Yeah, whiskey. Yeah, I would definitely classify that as obvious reasons. So most likely there'll be some secrets here, so I'll have to... Will this work? Yep, cool. I'll start all the way from the bottom and work my way back up. No, Senator. No, haven't played Tasmania. That was on Super Nintendo, wasn't it, I think? Yeah, whiskey. Yeah. Plus the graphics for this game for 2008 are pretty cool. Alright, so I don't think I actually had to do that, so I'll just reset this back to what it was. James, yeah, like you really appreciate awesome nude mods for Tomb Raider series, but sometimes some closed versions are way better. Yeah, I guess if that's something that you enjoy, that you can probably find a lot of that stuff. But the majority of your comments are related to that kind of thing, so I can definitely get that that's the kind of thing that you value a lot. Oh, did you whiskey? Yeah. Formidable years. Formidable, I mean. Not formidable. So, okay, he's not on the side of those that want to put all clothes on Lara. No. There's definitely plenty of content for people who are into video game characters being naked. But that's not every gamer. Ah, shit. Didn't want to jump that way. Whiskey has a Siberian outfit in Tomb Raider 2013. Awesome looking if you're talking about putting more clothes on her. Yeah, there's a lot of outfits in that game that I really like. My favorite one is the Sure Shot outfit, the one that's like an archery kind of thing. I think they call it Aether, I think, Salcat, the blue stuff. Yeah, I think it's Aether, like E-I-T-R, I think. I don't know if I'm saying it right, or if it's just a made-up word for this game, and therefore it doesn't matter if you say it a different way. I'm not sure which one is which. So it's not antifreeze. No. Not antifreeze. James, due to law, this should be some kind of paranormal ether thingy. Yeah. If I have a look at the journal entry... Aether. In Norse myth, Aether was an elixir that bestowed eternal life to the gods, but paradoxically, it was a poison that came from serpents, like the Midgard serpent. This is similar to the Hindu concept of Amrita, or ambrosia to the Greeks. Only the Norse came closest to the literal truth that the substance was indeed a poison, and in fact only gave the appearance of eternal life in the animation of corpses. At some point, there must have been a similar pool of this substance in Bhagavati, Thailand, to create the tiger thralls, and it either decayed in the past or might have further dispersed it somehow. There we go. Yeah. Not sure how you read that. Yeah, in the part of this playthrough where I was just playing through the game on hard mode, doing the story, I actually also read all the journal entries, because I don't normally do that often. I don't know how I made Lara actually do that. Thought she was a goner for sure. Yeah, let's have a look. 36 of 50 secrets. There's still a hell of a lot of secrets left to look for. Alrighty then. This is actually where I'm going to call it a stream. Next Friday I'll continue doing the treasure hunt mode. And because I'll be starting that stream doing the treasure hunt earlier than I started doing the treasure hunt today, it means that I'll probably be able to get the whole treasure hunt thing done next Friday and then jump into the music only phase as well. And for the music only phase, I'm just going to turn the difficulty down to easy just so I can get through the game with the music, because I'll just basically listen to the music and then play through and all that kind of stuff. Right, so let's make a save. Oh, that's an auto save. Okay. Save successful. Excellent. Oh, not the be right back screen. Not the stream starts soon. That's not what I want. I want that on its own. There we go. All right. What I'm going to do is grab a bit of music from this game's soundtrack and put it on loop and have that playing while I do my outro stuff and shoutouts and before we go and raid. Alrighty then, so found some music to just play on loop from this game. Zalcat, now we know, and knowing is half the battle. Whiskey, half point for each of us though. Exactly. You can definitely take a half point. Hey Zereth, A stream? Exactly. A stream is now coming to an end. James, sure brother, thanks for stream. Was amazing to hang with you guys. You're a big sucker for Lara and hot pants. Well, you have a good one, James, and I really hope that you start to feel better soon as well. Zereth, if you call this a stream, what would it be called otherwise? Otherwise it would be called a strim. Mariana, see you later. Thanks for the stream, Rod. No worries at all, Mariana. I hope that you're having a good one. See you, Senator. Catch you next year. That's okay, Lucinda, for the stream. Absolutely no worries at all. Oh no, Harbinger, that's no worries. It's definitely not too late. Sometimes I wonder, will God ever forgive us for what we've done to each other? Then I look around and I realize God left this place a long time ago. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. What was that actually gone? What was that actually from? No worries at all for the stream, Zereth. Absolutely no worries at all. Yeah, I think that's enough for one day. Oh, so it's from that movie, Harbinger. I never actually saw that movie. Yeah, never saw Blood Diamond before. So it was 2006, Harbinger? Damn. That was a while ago now. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is playing through the Assassin's Creed series at the moment, currently on Assassin's Creed Origins. The next games in the series that she'll be doing afterwards is Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Valhalla, and also Mirage down the line. Is a big fan of horror games like the Resident Evil series especially, as well as The Last of Us and Evil Within. Is also a fan of the stealth genre, a big fan of the Dishonored series. So highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lidus is also highly recommended. He plays a lot of retro games. He's a big fan of fighting game franchises, especially Mortal Kombat, as well as Street Fighter, Tekken, Streets of Rage. But he's also a fan of horror, and he's a real big fan of the Resident Evil series. So a lot of really cool retro stuff that Lidus plays. Amateur Tech is playing through the Tomb Raider series, currently on Tomb Raider Underworld, playing through some of that, but also Tomb Raider Chronicles, and we'll also be doing the other games in the series as well. So if you're looking for another streamer who streams Tomb Raider, highly recommend checking out Amateur Tech as well. And Shin is a streamer of games like Hogwarts Legacy, as well as some Assassin's Creed games. He's also a fan of JRPGs and MMORPGs as well. And also highly recommend Tylian, really cool streamer as well. He does a lot of third-person action adventure games like Alan Wake, Control, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, The Last of Us, and Horizon Zero Dawn. So yeah, highly recommend checking out those channels if you haven't before. Zereth, that's so inked you rod. Sorry Zereth, what? I don't quite understand what you're referring to. That's okay for the shout out, Lucinda, absolutely no worries at all. We're gonna go and raid Crocodiles. He's playing Cyberpunk 2077 at the moment. Oh, the shout out linked me, did it, Zereth? The shout out linked me, huh? Just imagine. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. Here's a free follower raid as well. Oh, for Amateur Tech it did it. Oh, that's weird. Let's see if that does now. No. Because I was about to say... Maybe... No. Damn it. Hang on. Just want to backtrack through the activity feed. Listen, do you think it's done that for a bit? Either that or it was a typo all along. Yeah, it's very, very weird. I could have sworn that Amateur Tech also redeemed something earlier, but I can't see it in my activity feed. Before the things that redeemed today, the last one was redeemed 2 days ago. Because I could have sworn, I think he redeemed a Arnie impression. Well, that's a fair point, Lucinda, actually. Didn't think about that. Harbinger, Stream Elements bot is too tired. Yeah, it's like, I don't want to do this. Zereth, you shout out like a dairy farmer. How appropriate. You chat like a chatting chatter. I wish there was a way to just go to either the start of your redeems list and the end, because I don't want to see 6 months ago who redeemed certain channel point rewards. Ah, damn it. Lost it. Yeah, I really don't know why they don't have a, like, go to the end of the impression stuff. Hang on. I'll go to the Twitch tracker website. I really want to get this right because I want to see what's going on. Maybe it's underscore. I just thought of that then. Yep. Wah, 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 wah. I was missing something. It's underscore between amateur and tech. What? So I hadn't forgot. I don't know what's going on. Hang on. This is weird. AMA, AMA, TEU, TEU, R, R. Ah, hang on. Hang on. Okay, so there's no underscore between amateur and tech, but there is between amateur tech and TTV. There we go, boom. There we go. All right. I'll give Amateur Tech the shout out again because now I actually have the link to his actual channel. Amateur Tech is playing through Tomb Raider Chronicles. He's also going to be playing through the other Tomb Raider games in the series that came out after that, including Underworld as well. Playing through all the main entries in the series, including the newer games as well. And if you're looking for another streamer who's doing Tomb Raider content, then definitely recommend checking out Tech's channel as well. Yeah, it sure did, Zereth. Listen to what? 2 decades later, exactly. Sorry for the 2 decades wait. Now I'm ready to continue with the raid. Alright then, so here's a general raid message, huh? Oh, and here's a raid message with some free
follower emotes. There we go. And how do I use this? Oh yes, let me see. We also have the raid message. See if I can still type. And oh, what we got here? Oh yes, I need to do that one too. Okay. And here is a raid message with some subscriber emotes in them. Thank you so much for watching. This is Old Rod Legion signing off. Oh, I need to do the raid first. You have to forgive me, I haven't had my breakfasts. I have 2, you know. Okay, raid.
Okay. Thank you everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. The next stream you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed Black Flag, continuing my showcase playthrough. I hope that everyone has a good one. Lizzie finally stopped self-promoting. How dare. Lucinda's such a good impression. Thank you.
Old Rod Legion.
Harbinger reminds you of a certain character in Monkey Island 4. Oh, does it really, Harbinger? I'm trying to think who that might be. Oh, Herman Toothrot. I think that might be who you're referring to.
I'm Herman Toothrot.
Lizzie, you're dying over here. Listen, the new impression, channel points redemption incoming. Maybe. It's like Old Rod Legion.
It's like, welcome to the stream.
That is him, Harbinger. Nice. Cool. Yeah, he's so funny. Herman like an old man. Old Rod indeed, Lucinda. Thanks again, everyone. Hope you all have a good one. Catch you next time.